Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right. Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Ave.
Let me grieve my...
Ave.
help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. You have... None of us do. The magic... You'll just have to... Thank you. I have to hide. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me my bakery instead. Please be careful.
How did you fit the fire in the tube?
I'm hiding. Did you stop him? Well... Feeling all right? Oh.
Ave.
So you survived the cistern. Os in Coolio mio. Os in Coolio.
Citizen, we'll speak again after you've carried out my order.
decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man. Malleolus is
Men shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Impossible!
Hello? You're going to Galerius or like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a... If you help make him magistrate, he can get... Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. Bye-bye. Go. My friend, he said he gave all up now. No. Bye-bye.
Hello again, my... I hope... Hello, I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
You, Sisyphus, attack or push just as the... But it... The new...
Handsome. Oh, do us all a favour and drink...
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Welcome. It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence. Tell me, what bring... Well, then perhaps I will... Let... Then you should speak with your contemporaries. It is best if you come to this...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Of course. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never gonna do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's gonna take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? All right. See you around. Don't you just love springtime?
Name's Wolfie. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately.
know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti.
Greetings and salutations.
Ah, a new face. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Ah, poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loot. My vote isn't for... Nice to talk.
Salve, strange. Certainly. All I ask is a That's hardly my concern. Very well. Prep. Very well. Salve. Ah. Sir. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Oh, you have it. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering. In the meantime... Sure. Glad... That's...
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to... The Golden Rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga. All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and so when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, she was supposed to be my friend, so she suggested I take out a... I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. I paid Aurelia. And you figured it out already. I would drink this, she said, and you'll be out. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. In fact, he just thanked. That's what I said. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break. He locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I earned. His wife Claudia was just as bad. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You." Those two took everything from me. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever... When I've recovered, I expect their thug to... Only this time, I won't... Honestly, it would have been better. I doubt it. At least until someone breaks. A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position as I am. He's probably already thrown... If so, I'd never... I doubt you could make... I don't know who you are, or...
May Apollo keep you safe.
Salve, friend. Welcome to life. All right. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back.
That's the...
What?
Why do you think?
I know. Please.
I'm sorry, but...
Please, help him. If he goes through with it, I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom back. Oh, I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! I can't believe... I'll have... and I...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get...
That... why...
Help...
So... No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! I can't believe he went through with it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Simply to live and breathe. My first act. I hereby announce the day of a day of celebration. I hereby announce the day of celebration in Ovenir. Yes. Yes.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? As you wish. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children? Of course not. Better... Are you insane? Why? Don't talk nonsense. How? Nonsense! I don't know how you know about... And now... Still here. Nonsense. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the... Surely, you're not one of those people who believes... I disagree. I'll be guided by... True? Look, if you're trying to find her, of course, just to be clear... What? You've...
The many shall suffer for the sin.
Nonsense! I don't know how you know about... And now... Not... I don't know. And now... Nonsense! I don't know how... And now... Now... I don't know how you... And now... You... I...
What now? You don't... What?
Arve. A new face. Arve. What else?
May Apollo keep you safe. Feeling all right? That's a shame.
What? What?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? You're right, I am. I must be getting a reputation. I suppose I might as well get right to it then. Do you have any last words? As a matter of fact, I do. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, and I can...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Stop. Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Oh.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Are they? I must... Is that... Seems... Of course. If you stopped one person from breaking, allow me to explain. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course, to illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, if you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have... The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand, you would be flung back to your... So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to... Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue. Yeah. Why do you... What? That's... I'm speechless.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus?
If it... Oh. How'd you do? Very...
Oh. No. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's You mean my life story? Our father found good husbands for my sisters. It was a good life for a while. We must have had but they fell on deaf ears. My employer told me to grab... I remember diving into the... Thank you. If that's your... I know what... priestess equity, but if that's the case, I mean, all it really does is... I've seen Malleolus, Claudia, and they've never They've got people running scared Really? Alright.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
I appreciate in any. Well, I'm not exactly happy. I'm just thinking of how I'm gonna tell her father. Thanks. Hey.
Let me...
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky
Citizen?
Oh, really? That common... I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Oh, I see. Thank you. Huh. What? Really? You should... Yeah.
What now? She's not... I think... Old man said... Oh.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Degenerate mind.
Oh, you're here. And, there's a... How... You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp eludes you.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Welcome to my humble... Nothing.
Meliodas. No.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on Welk. Well, Fair enough. Not
How'd you do?
Shh, I'm hiding.
Make sure you stay away from that empty shrine. It's going to collapse at any moment. Salve.
citizen.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Without a weapon?
Kill me. Please. Let me die. End it. Please.
Osinka.
Thank you.
Shh, I'm hot.
What now?
I'm here for Malleolus. Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Malleolus. Who might you be?
Name's Demetrius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go.
You look well, my sartorial friend. Oh. But there was a
Citizen.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
greetings and salute.
Citizen.
Are they? We're finally... You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the... Perhaps you're not aware he was caught Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me... It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he... Here, we see to it that he has a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people, so... If I did... Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is mine. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry. It's a cavalry officer. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard. Now the port is usual. The next thing I knew, I went looking for my horse. I was elected 7 months ago. Uncontested because of my command experience. Since they're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner. Unfortunately, it just... Very well. Huh? Good. Oh. Yeah. Why do... What? Well then, you must stop him from... I can't be seen to be involved in... You'd better not waste any time. Good.
Fear is proof of...
Oh. I'm... well... I don't... Thank... oh...
I hope you're I said, please leave. You're trespassing.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Horatius, help me!
Oh. Yulia? Poor I'll go.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you this Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as you did. Another moment more and we would have lost her.
Can't stay. Places to be. Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
Welcome.
My condition is nobody's business.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God.
Welcome.
Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius.
Feeling all right?
You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Citizen. Citizen.
All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you...
That's...
What?
Why... I'm sorry.
Help.
You... Well... Oh. But we're still in debt bondage to that... Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you, then. You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers. It seems today we're both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. Ah, Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malio, I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was asleep, and that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof. And then she looked up and saw me, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth, and so for weeks on end, we'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. And then one morning I woke up and all I could do was keep my head down. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life. All I know is she loved. She'd never have taken her own life. And I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Somebody abducted her. My guess? Malleolus had. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her. I've never seen the inside of it. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, let me know. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Citizen. Name's... No.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is
May
going
Apollo keep you safe.
Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will. Oh. Oh.
May Apollo keep you
Citizen.
safe.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you...
Be careful who you trust.
You're toying with... You're a bit like... Sisyphus! Yeah! Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago, for daring to think he was forced to push a great boulder, forcing him to stop. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the god. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get you. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can. Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. So, now. I can't... Even I could do a better job.
Ave.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected. And now, I make this solemn promise to you. Good. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a. Why? Don't. Nonsense. No.
What now? Listen. What?
On your best behavior, I trust.
Oh, don't mind me. Oh. Thank you.
Fear is proof. Of a degenerate.
Ave. A new faith. X. Put sim. Why? So that it's vital. It'll be... Why? I like the idea, but I know Galerius... It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run. So, I suppose... As you... And... What? Please, go...
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. I hear we have... I'm glad it's best. Welcome back. I'm not sure. Or it who if so we're all left wondering. I'm let oh
Malleolus. Sir. Very well.
Shh, I'm hiding.
Citizen.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Salve.
Shh, I'm hiding.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
do have a question, though. I don't Oh, I promise. Nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Oh, there's not much. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisher. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster. In the end, they just... But after about a day in a... I remember closing my eyes for a bit. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say. Anyway, I went searching for help. Oh, yeah. I suppose you're right. What? You've been here a few moments. Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farms. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. Well, I'm just saying, there are worse places. Well, I can tell from your funny accent, you know. Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice... Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so what? And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about... He'll be just across... Or...
How'd you do?
I take it you've cleared. Follow, but don't follow too close. You're here. You're here. Look down at the bottom. If only we could see. Oh, but do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded... It's just as you described it. Only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Charon. It was C-H-A-R-O-N. As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that...
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid so. All these people whose last memory, it seems, none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been, I know it's a lot to take in. That was my first thought too. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. Each of them is slightly different. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferry. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved. Of course, an obol was a kind of group. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets describe. You say you saw, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing, I suspect, the only... Good question. Let's see, but that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the... So, maybe there's something special. No. I mean, I had my... Now, we don't have much to go on, except Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Hercules was able to leave the underworld. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit god. So it seems you have two options. To confront the god of the... It's a reasonable question, but the problem... All Romans try to avoid... You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish. Shh! It's everyone, so... That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth. As I said, Hercules managed to... I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've... So, if you... Who knows? Perhaps you... But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who. The problem is, the door has been It looks as though somebody, or a series of... If you could recover and replace all... It's the towering stone monument. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of... However, this one is unusual, in that each of the four sides is... That means you'll need to recover 4... I don't know. But perhaps you... Perhaps Kabash. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self... First, Proserpina. It's said, the god of the under... It is. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus... The problem is, leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility... Truly? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. If she has indeed been abducted, tell me, has she told you anything that might... That is strange. Right. Because the current flows into... I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back... You might be able to get a key from the magistrate. Let me know. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps... In any... May Fortuna guide you.
Ixion, just as the ocean accepts, but it... Say it. Then I thought I saw it, but when I had to tell myself it was true. I must apologize if my words seem... He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if... There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb sight. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the... There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Others follow their trick. I hope I have... And now we share a secret. It's a... Friend, you have given me hope.
Shalom. You mean where am I from? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my name. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Every road leading out of Rome was in several hours down the Appian Way. I can only assume they got the better of me because It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. A lot of good it did me. I don't. Well, neither of us had a couple of hours to stand around. You remind me of an old... Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you?" Of course. What I want to know is... what kind of... Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane. All right. A skeleton. Shalom. All right.
Oi! How did you get in there, you What now?
Get out of my...
Fresh meat, huh?
Harvey, we're finally alone. We have? I must have... Is that a... Seems... I think it... You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly... I'm sorry, but... Yes, our water supply. From you. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for... And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might... I'm glad to hear that. Now, was there something else? You... Look, I can... It was here, April. The man... I will... Of... Why... What? That's... Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I can't be seen to be... You... Good.
Salve. Welcome.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble. No idea how you managed to... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream, but I would... Tell me, do you have any idea? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man. Now, of course, that is a travesty. A terrible, horrible... I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek folk with the ability to transmute. Use your imagination, golden animals, and even if we were to split all those... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Excellent. So, now, I have a plan. But first, tell me... No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that... And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this... And would you like to guess what she's held? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple. Oh, gods, no. If you... No. Here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. Then you enter the shrine. But make no mistake, this is, well, in my experience, all the... Now... I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're... Because the gods would... When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became... Only because he was silly enough to get caught. So, are you in, Pop? Are you sure? Ugh, fine. How'd you do?
Welcome to my humble... And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the name? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up. But my point is this. If you want to... The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics, but... he cannot help it. Like a typical... And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe... I hope...
Hello?
Salve.
Hello. Do you like it? But... Well... Like... Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you... Bye-bye.
Now. Oh. Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
Citizen?
Fresh meat. Huh?
Citizen?
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it? I'm just thinking of... Thanks.
Oh.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern.
Oh, you're here. And, I hope I'm not being... There's a... Oh, I see. You prefer the company of men. I take... Let's just for... Not for a few weeks now. Last time I remember because they kept looking out. The one word I kept hearing was... Certain... Would... Oh.
Salve.
What have you baked for us today, my talented young friend?
Same thing I've made every day for the last 5 months, Georgie. Bread.
Ah, but it's the way you make it which makes it so magnificent.
I just follow the recipe. It's dead simple.
And yet, you managed to elevate it to an art form somehow.
You old flatterer. What are you like?
Hello again, my sartorial friend. What is on your mind? Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of the... Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may... The offering it... So I ask. Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. Nothing! Nobody entered. When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered... I do not think you should but you do not strike me as a kind...
Salve. Salve and welcome. Need...
Come and join me, but welcome. It's... Ah, yeah. I will tell you everything I know. The one thing I long for above all. Let us find... Excellent. Now, will you... Wonderful. Would you say you know the difference? And to what extent? So, that is quite sensible. I'm reminded of some... Better to know that you know nothing, than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little. In the broadest, you see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable. Because so we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye. But under the golden rule, so to navigate this maze, we would have to be... That is an excellent question. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always... Are you sure? Or is it possible... So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? So if a man feels that stoning to death is unfaithful, I agree, but... I see. So you get to decide right. Empathy, the emotion, knowing there will be no legal... Of course, our empathy, like a siren song, can such a beguiling thing. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil. And so we must accept our limitation. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, because the only way to create a utopia, this and no other, is the root from which it, and life... I'm glad. In any case, thank... You mean, how did I end up living alone in this... I was a quarrelsome young man. Back then I used to enjoy verbally sparring with... It became heated. He drew a glad... I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and they're one and the same. My generation was wiped out, turned to... I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, I fear that if you were to utter my name in the... I'm afraid I am the only one left. Some from malnutrition. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living, the greater challenge is the isolation. Like so many things. As you... Ha! Did we not discuss... You seek the plot. It is a cursed object. I will tell you, but you may find him... Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed... Thus the shrine of Persephone became... And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them. However, there was one, an even older plot. We had no idea, and as a result of their deaths, we extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer. I think it is best you head. There are certain. Take this key. I enjoyed our.
Stop! Do not come any closer. I am and let... Trouser. That is... I was planning to return it myself. Here, take... Now, as... Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first... Indeed. And I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here as Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as if that desecration was not enough. They built over this place, using it as the found. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered. I am glad to hear it. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient. It would imply the gods of Egypt are mere, and that my people did to them what... I sense a deception. You will... This work of sacrilege... You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the... If it were... I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of... Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger, I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. I awoke on the banks of the river to a strange... It did not dawn on me until much later. This is where I belong. I think if someone is to break the do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I do not know. What could possibly lie? All I know is... Mo. Good. Wait. You would plunge... When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen, but why should I? Why? To what? But why? What? Doubtful. What? You speak. Many of my ancestors endured great. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. Did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed? I am not. Very well. I will let you live. I will remain here for a while.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see.
Salve. Now.
Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. Allow me to explain. The crux of it is this, to illustrate. If you manage to succeed in saving our life, the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand. Indeed.
The many shall suffer the sins of the one.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand. I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here. How can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I hope you're coping.
What now?
Salve. I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Truly, my imagination runs wild. Should I stop my offerings, though? Very well. Now, and in a city, my they, I, it, but my the plague, and besides.
Arve.
Hello?
Arve. See.
Hello? I don't...
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important.
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. Nothing.
Are they? Ah, you've... I've always... Ours give the... I... Of... Why do you... So I'm told. But while that is distasteful, it looks like you'll have to... Of course. If this... If I... So, it looks... Of... Why do you say that? When you say he asked for help... Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Ah, it looks like you're... If I... Oh. Why do you say that? It looks... Why? Despicable, but... Then it seems the gods are not concerned with her. It looks like you'll have... Allow... It looks... Ah, good. Why do you... It looks like you'll have... Of... Why... Then you'd better find a way to make him back down, hadn't you? I'm quite... Good. You suspect. I confess, I don't have... It looks like you'll have to continue. Well then, you'd better make sure she doesn't lose... It looks like you'll have... You managed to extract all that from him. Well done. And I have... Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Ah, it looks like you'll have to Why? Because he prefers the... I simply cannot believe that his innate preferences would break the goal. It looks like you...
I'm not supposed to be... Talk. My marital... I think a better question. I have quite enough marriage trouble already. Preferably the way you came... I think... The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not, as much as I despise her. Well, do I need to call...
What?
May Apollo keep you safe. That...
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Whoa.
What now? What?
Shalom. Really? I was sure he was hiding something in there. I feel like I've looked everywhere. First, the palace. If Navia meant the only other place she could be, I remember hearing that Dooley had been Alright.
Isn't the Great Temple majestic?
I hope you're coping. I hope you're coping.
Isn't the Great Temple majestic?
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit
Handsome.
troubled there.
Back.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear,
You
nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics
As
weren't
I'm-
supposed
I'm
to
happy,
worry
sir.
about things you can't control.
Yeah.
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand.
What if there is something I can do?
Oh.
What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself.
You stay
Leave
away
that for
from
the
my
gods.
money.
Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It would be a thing to do if you could remain with me. But death must either not come at all, or else must come and pass away.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Out of my way!
We must get to the shrine.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds serious. All right, let me see. Stop. You? Poor. But how did you? All right, of course.
You, Sisyphus, just as the oak, but
Isn't the Great Temple majestic?
On your best behavior, I trust?
A new face. See?
Now I...
Lucretia, no time to explain.
Wonderful. This is a... And here... I've got to unlock the Shrine of God. It's just at the end of the street.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Boy! How did you get in there, you chief?
Thank you, Galerius.
Greetings and salutations.
Is that you, partner? What? A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked... No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those rich... It's hardly my fault if you can't... Oh... Not a very effective threat, is it? Your second problem is the goal. The bow. Now. I would but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were...
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. You're not supposed to be here.
Kill her. Make it go. Please, kill her. Just want to die. Kill. Please.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented child. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Help us. Please. Please. Help us. You. Kill us. You. Help us. I just want to die.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman, who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath the gold, which is so rigid, with living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows before I jam this blade into your throat? What? How? That's impossible. You're trying to intimidate me. Liar. Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the Golden Rule and kill you. You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. I fear the only one capable of... Here's the key I promised you. It opens... Now, please leave. The door here... Go.
Wonder how much one of these stag... Oh, hello there, partner. You see, my plan was to give you a little... But when I Partner, I swear... Fine. It's... Very well.
Thea That's quite an impressive
general.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to... Well, I am not... That's quite all right. I trust...
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Who are you? Don't you know you're here? I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and he wants to keep us all here forever. Or until... Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I don't know. He said the gods are on... Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us out. The only problem is it's barred by... I'm going to take that key from around his neck. I'm done caring about the golden... There won't be enough... There's no time! Wait. Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
what did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 4? Not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after you're dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer.
I have his
for
key.
the sins
I
of
can
the
open
one.
the gate. Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla. God, why? This is... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as help. Maybe we can escape through the same aqua... I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make... You go on ahead.
You're back! But... you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Ah, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered, while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company, After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
citizen. We're finally... You just wanted... What is...
Look, your best behaviour, I trust.
What? It's no use. You'll make...
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke.
I hope you have a good reason for... We're finally alone. A cure... I see. We're all now... We have... Is that... Look now. Me? No, you remind me. Al. But he was a moral, and because of that fatal flaw, I watched him come through the portal each time. I couldn't. And why would... You might want to think that through. If anyone... You and your understand that the only way you're getting... And if I die... You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if that means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on. We both know you're not that stupid, so go on, make your empty... But believe me when I tell you. Now, get out. I thought I told you to get out of my villa. Don't be so foolish. If you... And if I die, you see, that means... Now, get...
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What now?
Oh, I wish... What? No, Father!
I'm afraid it is.
I don't understand. Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because she found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to remember any of it. All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin again. Watch this. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What did you idiots do?
Oh. Well. Oh. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Wonder how much one of these statues...
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
Ave, we're finally alone. You mean Duilia, perhaps? We both, but now...
Ave again. It'll be what? At
court. Perhaps... You know, some time ago, when he's... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering. I confronted him about... I let it go, eventually, but... To withdraw. Listen, I may not be... You must think me quite mad. I've committed... Oh, aren't you charmed? It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to... Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this. Let me tell you something about Mali. After all I've done for him, counseling, he said it was for my own good and that my drinking was... Tonight, at his victory party, I am... So... Thank you. Now. What? He's... Oh, give me that immediate... Another copy. No, what? It was a lie of a mission. You were planning... I curse you. This is outrageous.
You... Ha! What? I... So much work for no... Fine. I'll have Domitius notify the priest. There. You got what you wanted.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium? If you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, all right?
All right, Galerius. See you then.
Salve, how is it possible? Oh. Ah, no. You, well, if you... Or?
Welcome to my humble... But I do not enjoy the thought of another visit.
Arve. It must be complete. It'll be... Why do... I like the idea. It was so... You... I like the idea, but I know it was so...
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern.
Oh!
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Ah, no. Even I could do a better job.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Citizen. So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of...
Still here.
Arve. It must be complete. It'll be between... Why did... It was so... Yes. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate. quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind, and this is outrageous.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. Why do you... Oh, what a good idea.
So you survived the cistern. What?
that's quite an impressive Harvey.
Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism.
I heard what you did for our Yulia. Very impressive. Sentius. Yeah? Certainly. Nothing illegal about it.
Welcome to my humble... Galerius. Did you know he saved...
Salve. Ah, I hear... Galerius. Well...
I love your clothes. So exotic.
Be careful who you trust.
Salve again? How is it possible? Sister... Oh. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations... Anyway... Well, I've been trying to get the... It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and... Do you think you could use... Oh, thank you. Oh. Salve! Now. This is going to make her so happy. What I really want to do is walk up to her, but on the other hand, I can't shake... You mean, you see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a... Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could... At the same time, she's just so... I don't know. What I need is a go-between. What do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower...
Ave again. Oh, how lovely. It just... I see. Of course I do. I think that man is a wonderful human, but he is the least subtle. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the... Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we... Then... I hope... See you again. It'll be... What? There are some women who convert. I can't allow them, but if it...
Salve again? No. Thank... Venus, that is the best news. I wish there was... All I can do is... In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, unfortunately one of those golden huntress if you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon. All right. That light! Did you steal it from the gods?
Wonder how much one of these... Ah. Yeah. Sir. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Are they? Vague. It must be. It'll be. Why do you. As. Very.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect.
have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
See you. Arveg. Galerius one. See you again.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will.
Just like Diana's.
I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. And maybe you can help me. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, but before that, he told me he gave me a key to the cisterns. And please help me find it. Oh, thank. Hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining. Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it. Maybe no one will mind if I just...
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Whose treasure? I can see
Salve! Salve, friend. Oh, now. Well, now, to be honest, I didn't really...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Impossible!
Salve, friend. Mind tell... What? That's a big ask. But I doubt I'll be able...
You, Tantalus.
Don't you just love springtime?
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration. My story is many thousands of years. It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? Enough. You clearly know nothing. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could. Then what an odd... Do you plan to speak in sweeping general... Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? Pathetic.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Poor bird. All right, let me see. What? Are you... You're see... I'll go.
You, Sisyphus, attack. Friend.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
On your best behavior, I trust?
You just look. Of course. What it looks. I think. And I'm beginning to. I doubt that very much, since I'll be keeping the key around my... Sex...
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
On your best behavior, I trust? All right.
We're free. Mariola's just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again. What?
Welcome. I was indeed, but... Oh, that's a I assume you're asking me... Extraordinary. Then let me see if I can help you. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his reasons for imposing the Golden Rule, and what he... If I could expose some internal inconsistency... But as a philosopher, the saddest truth I ever... So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility and exploit it. If he was vague... As a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else. Now, go quickly...
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
Welcome.
Salve again? How is... Anyway, so... Oh, no. Salve again? No. Oh...
Citizen.
I hope you're coping.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. No, I would recognize that anywhere. And yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it? You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it. You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone. Perhaps you are cleverer than you appear, mortal. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, you had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Oh. Oh. Saving the life of a dog, preventing the suicide, freeing a foiling, and so on. Meanwhile, the Oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that. What became of him? And the other people? And did this mysterious Oracle single-handedly... what? Anyway, I think I found a way out. I'm gonna...
You're back! Why don't you tell me what...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon. I do not enjoy that most people... that you die. A wise decision. It means there is no... It means there is... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now.
Kinda lost track, and there was a...
Sounds like you two look...
Sounds good.
And you?
Hey, you made it. I read your book. And what the critics... After everything you've been through. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. Why don't you head on down there?
Oh, hello.
It's you.
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you'd better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside, with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn. We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered. See you.
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice. I live at Galerius and... Treasure? Oh, I forgot about it. Bye-bye.
There he is.
It's you.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck. Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Hi there. You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Meh, I try not to think about him at all. You too. See you around.
It's good to see you again. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Perhaps. And you. Farewell.
Hey,
Hi there.
Hello.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life.
Magnificent museum.
I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Thank you. I really am. You too.
And here you are. It's wonderful to see you again. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. Aha! You remember that? I have to admit, I've been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicines, and a series of prosperous democracies. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still a way to go. My sincere thanks once again.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber, not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Good evening. We meet again. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
Hello there.
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
What is up? It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant. You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
There you are. I hope. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.